If you look at that, gamma strike strikes again. Ooh, I wonder if that was as accurate on the live data. No. Piece of shit. Oh, here it is. Live data? Hmm. Ooh, this is even better. Look at you, Nick. You see that? New data, old data, new data, old data. It's so hot. Where are we stopping? Fuck if I know. Let's see. There's a little bit of support at 15. Maybe right around here, 2015. Might just keep going, to be honest. It's a pretty hard fucking sell off. Was there news? Oh yeah. Bank of Canada. Hold on one second. All right. A bunch of reports from the Bank of Canada came out. Bitches about U.S. tariffs a lot. Swiss government projected growth lower, and the WTO slashed global trades outlook for 2025. So maybe we just pick up vol under 15 here and keep moving. Travel to the U.S. is in sharp decline. Why? Because El Salvador is scary. You wouldn't even think that El Salvador was part of the fucking U.S., but here we are. Americans rooting for other Americans to be shipped off to what is effectively 2025's version of Auschwitz. Classy. That's extreme. No, it's not. It's like Azkaban. If VIX shorts capitulate, how high do you think we can go this week? Wait, what? It sounds like his question was a misunderstanding of what shorting vol means. So if vol shorts get blown up, the market would go down, not up. Do you mean how high will VIX go? Oh, who the fuck knows? It's just it's just a variance swap. It could blow up. It depends on the spreads, violence of the move. There's no way of predicting price targets on VIX. It is an inaccurate measure of volatility, which is inherently unpredictable. I'm not, and in fact, I hate breakfast, but I'm kind of trying to do a thing where I eat more than one meal every other day. That's just like 5,000 calories. We'll see how long it lasts. You mean a constant caloric intake rather than one nuclear bomb of K-Cows every 48 hours? Yeah, basically. I'm trying to do that too. Nice. Yeah, it's tough remembering to eat. Well, what I do is I just like manage my straddle on my phone while I make breakfast during the first like 15 minutes of market open. And then I'm kind of good to go for the rest of the day. I'm not hiring a chef, and I'm not a billionaire. If I were a billionaire, I would just make Dork make my breakfasts. I'd send him to the Culinary Institute, Bob. I'm not a billionaire. God damn it. No. Dork, or Nuke, sometimes sorry, there was a mistake and I immediately assumed Dork. Nuke, the charts keep freezing. SPXW? Somebody noticed something different about Gen this morning? Queen Cheshire, praise the sun. Heavy is the wrench. Man, Poopy really wants to be a mod. I told you I'd put your name in the pile, Cobra. I don't want to deal with people like me. I know. Seamill doubted me. You should have timed him out. Say, like, you do it like this. Oh, nice. I assumed Poopy would be banished to the political shitposting channel with the rules changes. I did think about that, actually. Are we? Wait, what? Paper trading the mustard line resistance. I'm up huge. I'm gonna put it there. All hail Jen Jen, first of her name. Yes. If I was banished, then anyone who ever argued with me should be too. I buy Discord. That's not the way that works. Is DF ever below GF? It happens. I don't update the end of week prediction. You can't just move the mustard line. I can because it's not a fixed line. It's just in the middle of the chart, and you guys think it's important for some reason. Been locked away for a while. Finally made it back around. Do you guys still play SPX 0 DTs? Oh yeah. We built an entire options platform for playing SPX 0 DTs. Although, right now, with vol where it is, some, there's some emphasis on playing, like, SPY or QQQ. Because you just don't need the leverage when the market's moving, 50 points every 15 minutes. The devs are incapable of making stonks go up, as you put it, Grim 2, I'm sorry. Although we have tried. Stop manipulating the mustard index. I'm gonna move it just really far away from spot. There you go. Wish I could move it back. Haha, you can't. Long TLT for JPOW today. Shame me, but with analysis. He has no reason to reiterate Waller's Fed put. Mm. New info inside the Billionaire chat for SPX 0 DTs. I mean, I do like daily analysis on ES and SPX and Billionaires. So like the levels and all of that for the intraday. I want to interrupt you writing Pickles picks earlier. Can you explain how tariffs on China solve their debt spiral? Yeah, it gives them inflation on their goods. What drop in demand? For a lot of their goods, there's no other source. Do you know how many businesses just simply will continue to make products and just not sell them in the US? The US isn't the end all be all of global demand. Yeah, we pumped a shitload of money into the economy vis-a-vis deficit spending, which allowed us to drive prices down on Chinese goods, which acted as a deflator. It also pushed the yuan down relative to the dollar. And made the dollar strong. These policies will weaken the dollar and make the yuan strong. It's not jam jam, it's zam zam. That's why gold is pumping. You know it. I mean, no, gold is actually pumping because central banks are buying it to hedge their risk in the dollar. Trump and Elon are going to fix everything. Don't worry, they're two selfless billionaires just trying to help the average American become richer. Yeah, because that's what billionaires do. They're all about the people. My husband drove my car to pick up pizza and smeared grease all over the wheel because he was eating it on the way back. I might have to leave him. I'm so sorry to hear about your divorce, Maeve. But I want you to know that it's valid and the pickle jar supports you. Nobody should ever eat pizza while driving. I'm not a billionaire. Why do I have to keep saying that? I'd eat more pizza while driving now. You would. But Poopy, I do warn you that if your wife leaves you, you're going to spend the rest of your life alone. You've become far too comfortable being an asshole. Do you think the tariffs have any possible way of forcing China to invade Taiwan sooner and trigger a war in which our navy would prevent them selling any goods? Why would they bother? The fuck? I mean, no one else is gonna put up with his shit. Why would you eat pizza while driving? That's fucking disgusting. It drips. He can spend his time with us on this stream in a parasocial relationship with you. Oh god. Thanks for the reminder. Did you just say breakfast pizza? Alright, you're getting timed out for 30 minutes. Who, in your opinion, think loses more on a complete trade embargo between China and the US? I was leaning towards the US before, but with him burning all the bridges like this, I think China might do quite good. Yeah, no, China would do very well. As long as they can make inroads into Southeast Asia and Europe, they'll be fine. He doesn't have to invade Taiwan. They don't even need it. They don't care. You think Trump is serious about deporting homegrowns? The man made up a term for deporting US citizens. I think so. Why don't you Google it, Nams? It's the idea that the Fed will come in and stabilize markets. This is the next step in instituting an autocratic regime. Do you guys not know history? People draw comparisons between Trump and Nazis because he's doing the exact same shit. But you could do Mussolini or who was the guy in Spain? He really fucked up cronyism. You could do Stalin. It's always the same shit. Franco. Yeah, thank you. Oh, did you have to stay home to not get sick, Bob? It's not a silly comparison. Autocracy is when the government automatically runs itself using AI, right? One could only hope. No, not James Franco. His base invested in their toxic relationship. They cannot see it for what it is until they get out. I know, Bob feels like his Geneva Convention rights were violated. Violating the Constitution and calling it out does not make somebody a crybaby. It's still a constitutional crisis. Whether the judiciary is intact is irrelevant. Also, it's the job of the executive branch to enforce the judiciary. Otherwise, the country that you love so much doesn't exist. Later, Lawrence. No, the Fed doesn't directly pump the market, but they buy securities and they invest and they give banks money and loan banks money in order to offset risk in the economy. I thought Trump supporters like the Constitution. No. They like what they're told to like. Due process? What kind of liberal shit is that? Exactly. Most MAGAs can't read, I presume. Well, 40% of the country is illiterate. And that's about the percentage of the country that voted for Trump. A little more. Do you think 45% of the country is blind? Aren't you in a medical profession? Jesus fucking Christ, that's scary. Can you tell me what state you live in so I never go to a hospital there? I want them to define illiterate. Like, are we talking can't read period? I think can't read period is like 22%, and then the rest are below like a sixth grade reading level. 45% of the country is not children and elderly. It's just a very good example of cognitive dissonance. Spain did, yeah. Elderly is 40 plus. Well, yeah, now that RFK Jr. is in charge of health. My life. Fight Song isn't by Katy Perry. Your live data and our live data are very different. Read the disclaimer at the bottom of the screen. Hint, this is better. But you'll be getting it soon. Yeah, it was like Rachel something. Platten? Thune? TM? I find it hard to trade without the mustard line. It doesn't do anything. It's just a fake line. There. I'll put it where gamma flip is. That way you don't know which one's more important. Are you currently bullish? No. But I'm not bearish either. I didn't promise a giant drop. Belani, you're so late to the party on that one. I'm ruined. Nice. My geo spot is a gamma flip. Whose is more accurate? Yours or mine? They're both accurate, but they're different. And yes, I know I have the other version here. If Gherkin is promising a new feature, soon as 2 to 4 months. If he's telling us about a long-term 10x play that he's going to buy into soon, he means it's going to 10x tomorrow. Only sometimes. I'm just very good at buying the dip, Brett. I don't know what you want from me. When does theta decay become a problem? Under 45 days. And then it gets progressively worse. There's a big break point at 30 and 15 too. Wait, are you a 40-year-old woman? You can't get... If you are, you can't just get angry at the doctor for stating your age. I don't know if Hertz is going to make another move or not. I wasn't really paying attention to it. Your picks are a statistical anomaly. I know. One of the live version has more trades, so it's processing more data. So it is arguably more accurate. But, you know, there's probably like a smoothing effect that goes on with the current data because of the less frequent updates and having fewer trades that could add, you know, a, an observational bias that isn't actually there. Maeve's 31. The IWM one printed. What were you doing? Even the options that I bought first printed before I averaged down. I was a day late. Would you go long after the tariffs were announced? I think it's clear the Dijon mustard line is Gherkin's way to get around financial advice disclaimer. It's telling us something for sure. Yeah, where the middle of the screen is. I will not. I'm not adding any insight. Double click the chart area and they'll stop. Alright, fine. It's like a crosshair hack. How dare I be 40 years old? Can't talk about it if you can't see it. It's true. Although, I mean, given that I know what it does, that's kind of insane. Or I think I know what it does. I actually don't remember our last change. Okay. Did we change it again after that? Have you been diddling with it? Huh. I don't have object permanence yet. You're supposed to learn that when you're like 4. The S&P is up 7.5% over the last week. The economy is booming. It was just down 20% the week prior. Now that's a gamma flip test. Hmm. Are they revised up Jan 2025 business inventories? Okay, now I see the difference from your chart to ours. Okay. Hmm. U.S. is issuing fresh Iranian sanctions per the Treasury website. Sanctions target oil tankers. Add 7 entities to on Iran-related sanctions list. Hmm. There isn't one. Blah beef. What are puts and calls doing? I don't want to say they're doing a lot right now because they haven't moved around much, but there's bot puts at like 50, 40, 35. I'm not really seeing any bot calls come in anywhere. A lot of sold calls to the upside of 50. There's some bot calls out at like 53.90. Pretty far out of the money. Does Gex only show the front expiry? On the live data, it's only 0 DTE. I don't know. We could go look at like QQQ. Hmm, that's buggy. We'll try it over here. Hmm? Hmm. There's a bit more bot call interest out of the money on QQQ, but not much. Still bot puts to the downside at like 450 and below. QQQ fixed. Boom. There we go. Yeah, that's still way below the gamma flip. Although if QQQ is able to get above 51, it can probably push up to like 53, 54. So it is like on the precipice of a breakout. That's how Nuke rolls. If subs got thick candles, I'd be flooded with complaints. I said they were going to short vol it open. They could still get blown up on that, though. It's a big risk. They're shorting what are arguably already very cheap options. So, Dork can do whatever he wants. Can you make a Suno song? Breakout in the style of Le Freak? No. No. Hmm. Probably not. Poopy's gulagged for preaching pickle jar hate. If he doesn't love us, dork, right? Ooh, I can see the deleted messages. Fun. That's how it works, Jen. No, come on, that's just mean. Yeah, QQQ is kind of failing. Mm. Yeah, I mean, we're probably not going to get a lot until J-Pow talks. Where in the Discord do we find Pickles Picks? I'm new to the Discord entirely. They're in the Dillionaires channels, which should be unlocked after you link your YouTube and your Discord account. If you haven't done that, let me know. Like DM me, and I'll get you the instructions for getting that all set up. Bob was being political in the SPX chat. I told a mod, and I was promptly timed out. Seems like I'll need to make you a mod too, Dork. Okay, I see the interaction. I don't have time for this shit. What's the big volume on SPY for? I don't know. Does the GS documentation give insight on how to interpret the various charts? Is that why I'm getting the silent treatment? No, you're just not tagging me, so I don't see your messages. Or am I shadow banned? Not shadow banned. It gives some, yeah. Also, the round tables help a lot with more specific questions on each indicator. Oh, this is a very boring day. When does Powell talk again? Is it like 11:30 or 1:30? God, it's 1:30. Fuck. How high could bulls pump if they get the gamma flip? There's resistance at 5360, so not very far. I don't know. I guess they could get it out above 5360. If they do 90 and then 5400. Yeah, I said earlier the dev version should be arguably a bit better. No, we're not holding out. We're making better things for everybody, and then everybody gets them. How's that holding out? Wait, do you even have Gamma Strike, Grim 2? Just here for your shirtless body. Excellent. Ooh, Fitch dropped a bunch of news. Deep cuts to growth forecasts as global trade war escalates. Fitch Ratings has sharply lowered its forecast for world growth in response to severe escalation in the global trade war. China's growth is forecast to fall below 4% this year and next, while Eurozone growth will remain stuck well below 1%. World growth is projected to fall below 2% this year and will be the weakest since 2009, excluding the pandemic. We still expect Federal Reserve to wait till quarter four 2025 before cutting rates. Despite deteriorating U.S. growth outlook, short-term oil price assumptions and cuts short-term oil price assumptions and maintains gas prices. We now expect deeper cuts from the ECB and emerging markets. We expect some additional U.S. tariff revenues to be recycled back into the economy over the next 18 months, including through tax cuts. What hurts play? No problem, Johnny. Nice. Fitch made it seem like everything's fine. Did they? Huh. Probably just not going to do anything significant until Powell speaks. I want to utilize this opportunity. Campaign for Poopy Pants, Last of the Panicans for mod of the Discord 2025. Make Discord great again. I want to shut him up too. I know how you feel. The people love it. Some people. Careful with that brush, it's a bit broad. Do you ever trade oil? Sometimes. Feels kind of predictable and too easy. I'm gonna get burned. Yep. Yep, really, really bad. But that's part of the fun. Jfish made me a quant apprentice years ago. Yeah, but that decision was never unanimously approved. What's the most bearish JPAC could get? He can just say mean things. Or not the nice things the market needs to hear right now. Jfish for mod, ban us all. It didn't freeze. Oh, the chart froze. Did it? No, it didn't. It's still going. Yeah, it's a lot better on, like, choppy days. Mhm. Mine's a little bit more accurate, but less smooth. So, valid. This is super fun. Trump chaos tweet. Ooh, there's a little breakout. Yeah, that might not actually go anywhere. There's some bot calls out at like 65 and 70, but nothing at 55. So I don't know what's going to happen here. Some more calls coming in at 65 and 70. Bot puts at 60. A little bump in IV to the upside. Deflip curling up sharply before a drop is indicative of what? Nothing? Could be profit taking, but I wouldn't rely on it for that. Delta flip and gamma flip, it's far more important to pay attention to the levels and not the movement in them. You're trying to assign value where there's not really any. Most of the change is the shift in moneyness. Probably far outweighs any additional positioning being added. If bulls get this above 70, they're gonna run it. Is that news? Big gap on ES. I don't think so. Putin said that Russia has plans to explore deep space, both the moon and Mars. Was there news? No, just a breakout. There's no gap on ES. ES testing 5,400. It was because I was about to buy a put, but the market is forward looking. Put me into the auction, maybe? Is it like a significant auction? I don't think so. $17 week? Yeah, probably not. Trump exempts U.S. coal plants? When? A few moments ago? I don't see that anywhere. Hmm. Weird. Yeah. Ran into a little bit of resistance. I don't see any bot puts coming in here, though. Ooh, some bot puts just came in at 30 and 25. Those are a bit far out of the money. Bot calls at 60, 65. Got bot puts at 55, 50, 45. It's like a little bit of a power struggle going on here. Hmm. Yeah, more volume. but I still don't see anything about coal. Hmm. Bullish consolidation still. But the bot puts to the downside, especially at 53.30, are starting to outweigh the bot calls at 60, 65, and 70. Hmm. Starting to fall into the bot puts a little bit. Some at 53.50, which is a synthetic short. If we slip that, we might be able to go down to 30. Maybe we'd catch a little support first, but so far we're holding on to 50 a little bit. So Powell says nothing bearish. I mean, Powell's the one that pulled the Fed put in the first place. He said the Fed had no intention of intervening. Best way to confirm a loss of 50? Be below 50, I think. I guess you could wait till there's no more positive gamma on the chain, so like under 45. If you really want to confirm it, but it reduces the range to where support is at 30 if you wait that long. Because it's on specific goods. I still have some Fubo, yeah. I guess I still have all my Fubo, but Thursday, it looks like I'm probably going to lose about 10,000 shares. Unless we close above $3. My CSPs are at 250. Oh, it's at 292 right now. Okay, never mind. It was above 3 last I looked. Nice. Uh, okay. I'm not going to get assigned on anything then. We lost 50 and 45, which I highlighted as being moderately significant. So yeah, we could fall back to 30 or maybe even 20. The bot pets kind of run out around 30. There's a few bot pets coming in at 25 and 20, but not very many. These should be a little bit more accurate. They're not too different from one another. They're fairly close. This one's probably a little more smoothed because it gets fewer trades. It misses trades every once in a while. This one shouldn't miss any trades. This looks so controlled. Yeah. There's still a bunch of well, there's just a bunch of bot calls at 45. And there's still some out at 65 and 70 that didn't close on the drop. I don't think it's so much that it's like being controlled and that there is still a split between bullish and bearish positioning. But if it stays under 45, it's likely fucked. Volatility is going to start to. Volatility already picked up on the loss of 45, but it'll pick up more as price continues down. So, and gamma falls off pretty quickly. Not, it's not crazy, but it's nice ramp down. I think the 45 calls didn't close. They're still there. Hmm. What there isn't is a lot of interest at 40. So 40 might be a little defensible. There's some puts coming in there. There's just not a lot. Might chop here for a second before picking a direction. Doesn't miss trades, but the sequence in which those trades are calculated is what differs a little bit. My mistake. So not missed, but just different sequencing. I thought sometimes it missed trades during the update. I guess it backfills them though, so. Just draw a fucking trend line on it and see if it breaks to the upside. I don't know if it's gonna rip, but out of the money calls are coming in 45, 50, 60, 65, 70. So if they do get a bounce here, it could be interesting. It's tough to say. There's this synthetic short at 50, which is going to be tough to push over. So buying out of the money calls may not do anything. And if this slips 37, it's going to start rolling down that ramp. The out of the money shit could also be like bought to close on sold calls, potentially. It's good. MXC strong case to hold steady for now. Nice. Are we gonna get that gap? The one that we just left up at 36? I don't know. We've got momentum. Maybe not right away. Hmm. This diagonal angle to the down in the right is visually pleasing. Ooh, there's a big bump in IV way out of the money. trading this? I have puts. Short like one NQ contract, and I have two 53.55s. Stops? Yeah, I moved my stops down. There's a gap at 36, but yeah, I guess this could be a little bit supportive. Looks like they're buying the 40-45 call. There's bot puts below us though. 30 all the way down to 53.05. Trump makes other countries buy LNG to eat up the trade imbalances. It's not even gonna put a dent in them. I don't know, candles are printing, but your lines. Oh, did it freeze up again? There we go. It's like we're pushing our way down to 20. That was a nice drop. My calls. You guys are so weird. Oh, what we got? Like 10 more bucks, maybe? Bounced a little off at 26. It's a call ramp. back to the upside to 45 if we hit it. We need to get above 32 probably. Looks like they're selling some of the 35, 40, 45 put. Still a lot of bot puts though. So be careful of a reversal. Glorp, they got my 2D puts. I'm pretty close to getting stopped out here. VIX back up at 31. That was a nice move up in vol. We got an hour and a half till JPOW. I'm surprised the 53.10 puts aren't weighing a little bit more heavily on price action here. Maybe they are. That's a lot of fucking delta, though. Is there any other? Curious. Just in, Judge Boasberg finds probable cause to hold the administration in contempt of court for defying his order to turn around planes. Oh shit. Nice. Yeah, Vol's getting shorted. Ooh, who's he gonna spank? That's not true. Trump's not gonna be, I mean, but Trump's lackeys. Oh, look. That's what happens when you elect criminals. Bondi? Hmm. Maybe. Who's named in the docket? No, the weaponized DOJ is also what happens when you elect criminals. Boasberg was nominated by Bush. And Roberts appointed him to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. He's one of the good old boys. Bob just grabbed his tinfoil hat. He needs it to protect him. We think of equal punishment for everyone when it comes to breaking the laws. Or is that too woke? What's up, Willie? How you doing, man? Wouldn't fall of democracy? We're already there. It's going on, and people are saying it's no big deal. Just like you'd expect with a whisper. Living the dream or something. Setting your level under my headsets. I'm sure you were so unfairly punished during the Biden administration. Please don't whisper. That's how I got my 3 kids and 1 on the way. Nobody was unfairly punished under the Biden administration for being being part of the political opposition. I don't need a source. I'm not the one making the claim. Except Hunter. I mean, I don't know. He got free advertising for his hog. No, he claimed they were, so he would need the proof, not me. That's how that works. I denied the claim because it's spurious at best. Let's talk about branches of the U.S. government practically going to war. I mean, they can like resolve the contempt order. There's still time. Seems like you're the one worried, Bob. I'll be fine. Most of you won't. But Can't bring him back if he falls out a window. Oh, that dude's definitely dead. How was I complaining? There was no complaint. I'm just stating what's going on. You have guns and ammo? No, but I have money for a first-class ticket to literally any other country. I'll keep streaming, just from somewhere else. I don't want to live in your bunker. Oh, OG rules. I have money. There's many countries that'll sign a passport over to me with open arms. Ew, I'm not gonna live in Canada. It's gonna be so fun to trade on the pickle jars, the only volume on SPX. Straddles for days. Just wait for a $50 candle. What's your beef with Canada? It sucks. That's all. Do you live there? If you do, then you already know what I'm talking about. But poutine? No, it's fucking cold. Tokyo could be fun. Although I'd prefer somewhere that ends up more neutral in the event of a world war. New York is not basically Canada. What does that even mean? New Zealand? I don't know. Their economy is kind of in shambles. Sweden? Maybe. Maybe somewhere more Mediterranean. What are you going on about, Kiko? King of Burundi? Cyprus? Now we're talking. Monaco? Yeah, it's nice. I don't think I'm rich enough to afford the upkeep on Monaco, but I guess I could lever up. King's Cross, London, England, UK. Back to the homeland. Are calls coming in for the Fed talk? No. More puts. More puts came in. Same amount of calls to the upside. They're still there though. Positioning starting to look a little bit more neutral around the 35, like on either side of the 35 strike. Kind of thinking about moving to like Hong Kong. And get a nice, really nice penthouse for like a couple hundred K. Like in a nice infinity pool. China's on the up and up, so I haven't been to Japan. Hong Kong suspended mail service to the US. They have air conditioning. You probably don't want an infinity pool with the earthquakes. What? Then it's a wave pool. What's wrong with you? Maybe Singapore. Dork's Yurt? No, that's still located in the US. Could you get BlackRock to pay for your relocation? I don't want to move to Southeast Asia. All right, Philippines, Thailand, those are all out. I'm already fat. I'm getting older. I don't want to be another fat white guy living in Southeast Asia. Because we know what we all think about those guys. Yep. It's a stereotype. You didn't have to say it out loud, Theta Decaying Corpse. She said positioning's neutral here now. Just waiting for the meeting. What would it take for it to drop? I don't know if we're waiting for the meeting, but positioning is kind of neutral around spot right now. It's like resistance to the upside at 45, support on the downside at 30. We could slip 30, potentially, and slide further down the puts, which would be interesting. We still haven't like an hour. I intend to find the beach from the classic movie The Beach. Do you think anyone's there? That was the MOASS play, Wabbeef. Now I've got to work for the money. I still have that one share of GME, though, because it's on paper and I can't get rid of it. Forever exposed. But that's what the Superstar told me I only need that one. You could burn it. Ooh. I didn't even think of that. That's gonna be worth millions. I don't know. I was gonna cut it into 4 pieces so I could replicate the split. just make 3 copies. It says I can't copy it right on the front. Yeah, I got one from Fidelity, like, way back when. A reminder of your shame. I made like fucking 8 figures off of GME. I don't have any shame about it. The only regret I have is dealing with all of this shit for 3 years because of it. We could have been trading SPX back in like 2021. What a fucking waste of time. I don't have a YouTube play button. How do you get one of those? Get subscribers? I'm not good at that. In case you haven't noticed. I can't even get people to like the fucking stream. To get a YouTube play button, you need to start pushing those miniature chainsaws. I'll always treasure the tax write-offs. Is it made of gold or silver? There wasn't 0DT SPX back then. True. Well, there was, but only 3 days a week. Put your confidence down so you don't leave us. Here's the Goldilocks of financial streamers. Not too many subscribers, not too little, just the right amount. Cut us open and said it appeared to be real silver. It's hearsay, though. You know, Wolf of Walgreens, if you ever have any other capital gains, you can write off the entirety of those losses against it, right? What's a gain? Never mind. You can only claim $3,000 a year against income. Here's what you do with your GME paper shares. Save it for ceremonial burning at the launch dinner for the Pi-Fi hedge fund, or every new Gamma Strike employee eats a small piece. So they become one with the origin. It's like a blood oath, but different. You can claim them against future capital gains. It's kind of cool that the peasant and deluxe gamma flips have converged. It's not peasant and deluxe. Consider myself a deluxe peasant. You can't fool me. All you want to do with GS is to go public. For example, WeBull, and then trade GS stock with GS. Oh my god. I will say, if we ever go public, our trading rules for executives are going to be very lax. Why do you want to short Weeble? God damn this stupid fucking mustard line. There we go. I didn't change my mic. Pickle jar exclusive pre-sale. But won't just like a bunch of hedge funds sign up for Dillionaire? I'm gonna have to change the price of Dillionaire to like $1 million a month. I didn't change anything. If everyone could create a public company whose sole income is day trading their own stock, it would be you. What's the highest YouTube lets you charge per month? I think they raised it. It's like $250 now or something. I should really convert it all over to like Ko-Fi. Because then YouTube wouldn't take 50%. Hmm. 40? 40. What's stopping you? I don't know. Seems like difficult to do. Yeah, like figure it out. Time. It's not laziness. I just have like other shit to do. It's more important. I just did it twice for you, my man. Nice. YouTube really struck gold with how many middle class streamers they have, with audience sizes TV studios could only dream of, and zero idea of how much money they should be actually making from ads. Yep, it's a pretty genius setup they got going. When can we start trading through GS? That's a very long time from now. Do you own physical gold? Probably. Ooh, you know what I have? I have some of those like gold plated Pokemon from Burger King in the like early 2000s. So yes. My Rolex isn't gold. It's probably got some gold on it. We almost got the 20 test. We left a gap up at 32. Wait, why are we being bullish? The pickle jar is expecting us to be at 5,800 right now. That's because we had a green candle. This was a big green candle. But that's kind of how that always goes, right? A green candle, pickle jar bullish, red candle, pickle jar bearish. Always after the fact. I'm not making Poopy a mod. Are you out of your mind? Doing my periodic check-in with the fighter side of society. What's up, Celtic? I've been doing alright, man. Sorry I missed the Pitstravaganza that I'm sure everyone here in here was positioned to perfection for. Actually, yeah. Although they've lost all their money over the last week trading chop. Not all of it? Alright, fine. I kept half. That's pretty good. I hate how accurate that insult was. Sorry if you answered. How did the data turn out? Retail sales came in strong. Manufacturing and capacity were not so great though. Also on the retail sales side, far more of the retail sales showed up outside of autos, which was not what was expected by analysts. And it looks more like panic buying and hoarding than it does people just getting ahead of the tariffs. Generally, when that happens, it leads to a stronger drop in retail sales in following months. So creates a bit of worry about recession. Are analysts ever correct in their projections? I mean, some data points are easier to predict than others, so yeah. Some are basically impossible to predict, but analysts still have to offer something up. And they also use their projections broadly to, manipulate expectations. So that's largely why they do it, right? I mean, chaotic system, if you make a prediction on it, you change the potential outcome. I don't think anybody's bought a Tesla call in this year. I'm a bit confused about the Maryland guy and can't find any good sources on his case in 2019. Charged but not convicted, being a member of MS-13, so they were dropped. I think he was like an informant, and so he had a protected status. But yeah, there was no due process. I mean, there was no due process in removing any of them, which is the problem because it's a violation of the Fifth, Eighth, and 14th Amendments. Really doesn't matter what he is, actually. Member of MS-13 or not. No, that's not true, Bob. You're incorrect. The protection of habeas corpus is applied to all persons within the United States, not just citizens. Even terrorists in Gitmo got to see their lawyers. No, I prefaced your statement that you were also incorrect about that. This is the problem. You live in a different reality. It's fine. I've accepted it. Yeah, Bob was trying to make that argument. If you don't have to pay income taxes, I'm willing to accept a lot of changes. How about you get all of the bad stuff and you still have to pay income tax? Would now be a bad time to enter a SPY 5300p? Remember that on the downside move, the 5310 puts are going to act as a support, and they're a pretty big one. Also, 5300 is a big support too, so dangerous, I would say. Maybe with theta if the shit JPOW says is bad, but I wouldn't probably go 0 DTE. Also, they're expensive as fuck, right? They look expensive as fuck. It isn't awesome. We all have different views and can talk about them. Yeah, but there's views and there's opinions and then there's facts. And the problem is that some people conflate their opinion with a fact. Which makes them then delusional. And then you can't talk to people that are delusional. Income tax goes away. It's just replaced by more property tax and states increasing sales tax to recoup the funds they need to maintain services. Yeah. Merrill won't let you go 0 DT anymore unless you have over $1 million? What? What book to read to become literate like you? I want to say as many as you can. Tariffs? Tariffs are already a regressive tax. Or are you talking about state taxes? They relocated to a state with no income tax. Everything's so much more money. Mm-hmm. I wonder if we slip 20. This doesn't look good. I mean, the bulls are set up for neutral positioning at like 35.40. Their positioning's not so neutral down here. They're just out of the money. So either they try to push it back before Powell speaks, or they're in a far worse position. I mean, getting their one true stock margin whacked 6% isn't good. Nope. No, it's not. And remember, that's leveraged, so it's more than 6%. 5300 doesn't act as support under the flip, deflip, and gamma negative. No, it still can. The delta on like farther expirations on 5300's pretty big. Well, 5310 is. But if you look out here, these are like 5310's a huge level for delta. Now, if it goes under that, very bad, but above it, it's going to still act as a bit of a support. The idea that tariffs have net positive results have been just proven time and time again. Well, what if your desired result is high inflation and isolationism? Nothing quite like just retreating from global trade when you're winning the game. It's the equivalent of like being up 14 points in the Super Bowl with 10 seconds left on the clock and then just being like, you know what, you guys can have it. Sports ball analogy? Who are you? I'm trying to appeal to simpletons. Use a cooking analogy? Ooh, yeah, I have one from personal experience. You spend an entire day trying to make ratatouille, but you want it to look like the ratatouille from the movie Ratatouille. Then you take a bite of it and realize ratatouille tastes like shit. It tastes okay if you're really, really hungry. Don't you dare, Nick. I don't know about you, but I still have some pets. So I'm in it. Gotta throw gasoline on something. We need to design an ETF that's just always in motion. It doesn't it doesn't matter what's in it. We just need a perpetual motion ETF. That's called a Ponzi scheme? No. I'm dying to hear some VIX insights. What's up? You just need it to be actively managed, Dork, and anytime the price doesn't move for 2 candles, the ETF has to do something. It'd be fun. Just charge like 5% fees. Create the ultimate trading ETF. We could call it Trad. Or Degen. DEGN? What about Trap? That's not our problem. We get 5% fees. DGEN. Oh, okay. My brother fell for a Ponzi scheme recently. He had to convince to get the fuck out of it. Was it the S&P 500? No, there are no returns. Intraday returns are always 0. The ETF has to start and end the day with a NAV of nothing. See, now Dork's intrigued. Brokerage. 1 second. GS chart's frozen. Hmm. How was it? Ooh. High yield is 4.81. 2.63 bid to cover. Powell speaks at 1:30. 19 minutes. This is not working. Hmm. Oh. Let me see if this one is. Okay, that got a... This isn't. Yeah, I see no green dot. I missed the 20-year. What happened? Bid to cover 2.63, high yield 4.81. Awarded 6.47% of the bids at high. Primary dealers took 16.99%, with indirect at 70. Bonds dropped 4.81 versus a 4.814 pre-sale when issued yield. So, no tail. No tail, but demand's low, and dealers are still taking like a bit too much. Primary dealers should be around like 14-15%. So almost at 17 is kind of not great. F5 that bitch? That didn't work. Ah. There we go. A dangerously short password, Gherk. Pretty sure this domain's whitelisted, so it doesn't matter. You guys know if JPEG's being live from El Salvador or not? Expiration was this morning. I had a feeling that vol would move, but it has. Hey now, don't be moving into my space. Did you validate the Trump Kremlin release yet? Like, does anybody know if it's real or not? I'm gonna make a sandwich. I've got like 12 minutes before Powell speaks. I think I could do it. You think I could pull it off? Plenty of time? What if I decide to like make like a panini or something though? I won't miss the market crash. I have puts. I just won't see it happen. Start a poll. No. No polls until the likes are consistently more than the than 50% of the viewership. I'll be right back. The mustard. God damn it. Is it gonna go up? I just bought a call at the top. Looks like we rejected off the 35 resistance again. Still kind of looks like shit. There's some bot calls at 25 right here, but it looks like the 30 and 35 calls closed on the bounce. There's still puts to the downside, but fewer. Slightly fewer. There's bot puts all the way down to like 52.50 right now. Will you make this go to 52.50? Then asking for all my friends. Those are not my puts. I love the stream card, but we can't make JFresh a martyr. That would feed his ego too much. He's not a martyr. He came back. So not a martyr, just attention seeking. Such a cat. Who likes pats and scritches. I take it to mean low RRP usage because of risk on. Okay. That's valid. But everyone risked on and the market's down. You see the issue? Where did JFresh go? Away for 2 days? We shipped him to El Salvador. What is it about the rules that you don't like, Cheeto? We Who blew up? Someone very, very small. Me?
Welcome you to today's Economic Club of Chicago program. The overflow group that we have here in the room in Chicago and the countless others joining us virtually from around the country.
Oh, this is my least favorite accent.
And the timeliness of today's topics and speaker. Today, we have the great privilege of hearing from the Honorable Jerome Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Today's a little special, so out of respect for our speakers, and because we're broadcasting this program live, I would ask that you please remain seated and quiet during the program so that we all can gain the full benefit of Chair Powell's remarks. And now it's my pleasure to welcome
I don't know if
my
this has a
friend,
transcript
Austin
outside of his
Goolsbee,
opening
the President and
speech.
CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago,
Ooh,
a
damn,
renowned
we sold off right
economist,
through those
and our
pets.
fellow ECC member. Austin, take it away.
It's not an accent, it's a cadence of a preschool
Thanks, Debbie.
teacher.
It is a real pleasure and delight. Should I move that for you? To introduce our guests, two of the firmament of economics and finance.
It's something I've
First,
identified in the Midwest.
let me introduce the moderator, my friend and professor at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, Dr. Raghu Rajan, the Catherine Dusick
It's like very
Miller
squeaky,
Distinguished Service
like a
Professor.
child's voice in an
He is
adult body.
A world expert on banking, corporate finance, economic development, author of numerous award-winning books, was himself as a scholar winner of the Fisher Black Prize, which goes to the greatest financial researcher under age 40. He's since over age 40, but he was the inaugural winner. He is a member of the Group of 30, and he was the 23rd governor of the Reserve Bank of India, and before that, chief economist and director of research at the International Monetary Fund. You probably know him as a regular contributor to the Financial Times. He speaks extensively on economic and financial issues. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Rajan.
Oh, I thought he was going to walk away after
Our featured
that.
speaker will be Jerome Powell, the 16th chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. As head of the U.S. Central Bank, as you know, Chair Powell plays a crucial role in the country's monetary policy, oversees major financial institutions, and maintains economic and financial stability in this country. He was first appointed as a board member of the Fed by President Obama in 2012. He was subsequently elevated to chair of the Fed by President Trump in 2018, and then renominated to his post by President Biden in 2021. He has the respect of members of both parties, and I believe that no one as Fed chair has ever had to deal with more and very
Weighing in at
challenging
167
issues than
pounds,
Chair
standing
Powell
5
has had to
feet
deal
7
with.
inches.
From the
Jerome
pandemic
Powell.
to fighting inflation to bank runs and on. His leadership at the Fed has been a steady hand and one of the all-time greats. Before coming to the Fed, Chair Powell was a visiting scholar at the Bipartisan Policy Center in Washington, D.C. He first entered public service at the Treasury Department under President George H.W. Bush, with responsibility for financial institutions, the Treasury debt market, related areas.
Suck.
Outside of public service, Chair Powell has worked as a lawyer, an investment banker, and been a partner at the Carlyle Group. In addition to his service on corporate boards, he served on boards of charitable and educational institutions.
How do you like go to
including
work
the
with
Bendham
the guy
Center
the next
for
day
Finance at Princeton and the Nature Conservancy
after
of
glazing
Washington,
him this
D.C.
hard the
and
prior day?
He is a D.C. native, received a BA in politics from Princeton and a law degree from Georgetown University, where he was editor of the Georgetown Law Journal.
This is why I can't meet you guys.
Please
in real
welcome
life.
to the Economic Club of Chicago again, Chair Jerome Powell.
I just can't live up to what you think I am. Oh no, we're going to a Juggalo fest? I don't want to.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's great to be back in Chicago. And thanks for that kind introduction, Austin. So I'm looking forward to our conversation, my conversation with Professor Rajan Raghu. But first, I'll briefly discuss the outlook for the economy and monetary policy. So, at the Fed, we are always focused on the dual mandate goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and stable prices. Despite heightened uncertainty and downside risks, the U.S. economy is still in a solid position. The labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but is still running a bit above our 2% objective. Turning briefly to the incoming data, we'll get the initial reading on first quarter GDP in a couple of weeks.
In 5 hours
The data
with
we have
you.
in hand so far suggests that growth has slowed in the first quarter of
We're gonna have a
of
Gamma
this year from
Strike
last
team
year's
meeting.
solid pace. Despite strong motor vehicle sales, overall consumer spending
I've tried to plan
appears
one.
to
I
have
just couldn't think
grown
of any
modestly.
activities outside of
In addition,
gooning.
strong imports during the first quarter, reflecting attempts by businesses to get ahead of potential tariffs, are expected to weigh on GDP growth. Surveys of households and businesses report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. Outside forecasts for the full year are coming down, and for the most part point to continued slowing but still positive growth. We are closely tracking incoming data as households and businesses continue to digest these developments. In the labor market, during the first 3 months of this year, non-farm payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. While job growth has slowed relative to last year, the combination of low layoffs and lower labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate in a low and stable range. Meanwhile, the ratio
Wait,
of
are they
job
still
openings
doing
to
the-
unemployed job seekers has
the car
remained
show?
just above 1, near its pre-pandemic level.
Even
Wage
after
growth
the
has
tariffs?
continued to
What's it going to
moderate
be?
while still
Here, look at all the
outpacing
models that'll
inflation.
never come out.
Overall, the labor market appears to be in solid condition.
It's like we made this thing, it looks really cool, but it's 90% Chinese.
Source of inflationary pressure. As for our price stability mandate, inflation has significantly
all
eased from
leaflets?
its pandemic highs of mid-2022 without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has frequently accompanied efforts to bring down high inflation. Progress on inflation continues at a gradual pace, and recent readings remain above our 2% objective. Estimates based on the most recent data from last week show that total headline PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March, and that excluding the
Imagine this,
volatile
but with
food
wooden
and energy
wheels because
categories,
it was made in
core prices
Idaho.
rose 2.6%. Looking ahead, looking forward, the new administration is in the process of implementing a substantial policy changes in 4
Was I really gone
distinct
for 3
areas:
days? It was like
trade,
38 hours, but
immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. These policies are still evolving.
This fits the
and their
stream
effects
card
on
better.
the economy remain highly uncertain. As we learn more, we will continue to update our assessment. The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. Both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up significantly, with survey participants pointing to tariffs. Survey measures of longer-term inflation expectations, for the most part, appear to remain well anchored as well. Market-based break-evens continue to run close to 2%. So, as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes, we'll have a better sense of the implications for the economy and hence for monetary policy. Tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. The inflationary effects could also be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. As that great Chicagoan Ferris Bueller once noted, life moves pretty fast. For the time being, we are well positioned
Is he
to
doing a
wait
Ferris
for greater
Bueller?
clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. We continue to analyze the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We understand that elevated levels of unemployment or inflation can be damaging and painful for communities, families, and businesses. We will continue to do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Chair Powell, for those remarks. I look forward to your elaborating on them in the course of the next 40 minutes or so. I understand last time you were here, Melody Hobson interviewed you. Well, I'm a poor substitute, but I'll try and compensate in the quality of the questions. As you repeatedly emphasize, communication and transparency are very important for the Fed. I would like to get more from you on some of what you just said. As a former central banker, the only sort of caution I've been given by the Economic Club is to not lapse into central bank speak. So I'll try my best not to do that. Let me start by saying you've guided the Fed through some really difficult events, including the pandemic, the dash for cash in March 2020, the great inflation, the banking crisis centered around Silicon Valley Bank. And then over the course of the last year, we've seen a growing possibility of a Fed-engineered soft landing. And now, it seems like everything has changed. In the course of a couple of months, JP Morgan has shifted to estimating the probability of a recession this year at around 60%.
Powell hates Trump?
What do you think about all this?
Well,
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Actually, the appearance I did here was my very first appearance as chair 7.5 years ago, so it's great to be back. And I would agree with you that it's been an eventful 7 years. Putting it mildly, I keep waiting for the 3 months of calm, that never comes. But to your question, I guess to set the stage, let's look back at 2024. 2024 was a year where the economy grew 2.4%. Unemployment remained in the low 4s, close to mainstream estimates of maximum.
Yeah, keep talking about how great
Inflation
2024
came down
was.
and was running at the end of the year around 2.5%. That's the economy that we had, and I won't.
Turk, DM me your Venmo. Next quesadilla is on me.
That's where things were. Where we are now, again to your question, is the administration is, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade.
What a cute
now
joke
is the
about
focus.
ruining the lives of poor
And
people.
the effects of that are
It's so
likely to
cute
move
and
us away
funny.
from our goals. So
Yep.
unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go
He's
up
in a
as
room
tariffs
with
find
a
their
bunch
way,
of
and
rich
some
people.
part of those tariffs come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood, and my hope is that we'll
Trump
get
can't
through this
protect
and
them
get
from the
back.
brown
We're
people.
always going to be aiming for maximum.
They must know
employment and
that.
price
He has
stability.
bone
That's what we do.
spurs.
I do think we'll be moving away from those goals probably for the
That's
balance
why
of
he's
this
a little
year,
bitch.
and then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
Let's talk a little more about tariffs. I mean, you recognize.
You guys think
that
he would have
some of
survived
the effects of
Korea?
the tariffs will be
Or
one-off,
whatever it was.
transitory.
Nam.
But you also have said that
Those are freedom
perhaps there will be
spurs.
room for a number of firms to raise prices. You mentioned dryers. When washing machine prices went up because of tariffs, dryer prices also went up in tandem, even though they weren't tariffed. What's your sense about the effects of tariffs on inflation? What would make them more persistent? And what would make them have effects?
Did you not
on
see his
growth?
charts? He's crazy in shape. Yeah, he just
Kind of a
lulls the
simple
enemy to
starting point
sleep with
is
his
a
20-year-old
one tariff
resting
comes
heart
in
rate.
that gets passed along in prices and raises inflation, but it's just a one-time thing. So the price level goes up, and that's it. But that can happen in some circumstances, but it depends on a number of things which we don't know yet. And I would point to a couple of them, or three of them actually. One is just the size of the effects, and as I mentioned, the tariffs are larger than forecasters had expected, certainly larger than we expected, even in our upside case. We looked at a range of cases. So that's one. The second one is how long does it take
Where
for
could this go?
the tariffs to have
Down
their
more?
effects on inflation? To the extent it takes longer and longer, that raises the risks that the public will begin to
There's a bit of
experience higher
support at
inflation.
70.
They'll come to expect it, and companies
50?
will come to expect it. So that risks higher inflation. And the third is just what I
Vol's
mentioned in my
rocketing,
speech,
though.
which is my remarks, which is got to keep inflation expectations.
He's not
well
even being a
anchored.
mega
So
bear.
if
He's
we
just
have
saying the same
those
shit he
three
said
things
last
under
week.
Control, that's what it will take. And indeed, our role is to make sure that this will be a one-time increase in prices and not something that turns into an ongoing inflation process. That's a big part of our job.
What about the effects of tariffs on quantities? With the level of tariffs that, for example, have been currently applied on China, there's a fear that the supply chain may get disrupted, that firms may not be able to import their relevant stuff from China given the level of prices. If it turns into a supply shock, would the Fed's response be different than if it was primarily something which affected just prices?
So I actually had dinner at the Chicago Fed last night, and with a number of directors of various parts of the Chicago Fed, and
Is it
many
like
of
a
them are,
restaurant now?
CEOs of significant companies, and they this uncertainty that they're feeling and the issue with imported components to their products is just a huge issue. But with if you look back at the pandemic, if you remember, there was a shortage of semiconductors, and that led to a shortage of cars at a time of extremely high car demand. And it was a prolonged shortage because production couldn't keep up. And that led to an extended period, one of the things that led to an extended period of inflation. So when you think about supply disruptions, that is the kind of thing that can take time to resolve, and that can lead what would have been a one-time inflation shock to be extended, perhaps more persistent, and we would worry about that. In this case, you can look at the car companies, which their supply chains are likely seem to be on track to be disrupted significantly, and you would worry that
I'm
that
drowning
process
in
will
liberal
take some
tears.
years,
Yeah,
and the
ignorance
inflationary
doesn't
process
improve your
might be extended.
buoyancy.
So these are all of this is highly uncertain. We're thinking now, really before the tariffs have their effects, as how they might affect the economy, and that's why we're waiting really to see what the policies ultimately are, and then we can make a better assessment of what the economic effects will be.
Let's move to immigration. You talked about the labor markets being in reasonable equilibrium
Yep,
right
JPM
now.
long puts are in the
Of
money.
course, what we've seen over the last few months, the last months of the previous administration continuing into this administration, is immigration has fallen off considerably. What's your sense on how that will affect the labor market?
So part of why growth was so strong in the last couple of years was just very high levels of immigration, and those people went to work the economy hired them. You know, there was a lot of demand. We were still working off the labor shortage. What's happened since the prior administration changed their policy, as you mentioned,
ignorance doesn't improve your
immigration has
buoyancy.
fallen very
It's one of the
sharply,
top 10
and therefore
responses you've ever had.
the growth of workers
That was
has really
impressive.
stopped. It's really
All right.
stagnant. But at the same time, demand has also fallen. And so demand for workers, so payroll job creation has also fallen, and they've kind of fallen in tandem, which is why the unemployment rate has been pretty stable for about a year. So in a way, demand and coincidentally perhaps to some extent, demand and supply for workers has fallen. In terms of the effect on the labor market, right now we're still at full employment. And labor force participation is still strong. Wages have moved back down to levels that are now pretty sustainable, given an assumption about productivity. So the labor market's in a really good place. Longer term, you know, the effects of immigration are not thought to matter much for inflation. The effects on demand and supply will more or less cancel each other out. So we wouldn't expect there to be a big impact on inflation.
You've seen in recent weeks substantial talk about layoffs in government, as well as freezes in research establishments and universities in jobs. How soon and how big will this be in its impact on labor markets?
So it's too soon to say, but what I can say is, of course, the people being laid off in government, this is highly significant to them. We don't know how big that's going to be. Right now, it's not big enough to affect a workforce of 170 million people materially. In terms of the cutbacks in funding and for science,
Stop
and things
glazing
like
Gherk.
that,
Liberal
we do
tears have a
see
higher
in
amount of
areas,
salt in them,
particularly in
so they
cities
actually
that
do
have
help with
a lot of
buoyancy.
universities and research hospitals and research institutions. We're really hearing significant layoffs and significant impacts on employment.
Is that why
I
you've
don't
been
know how much
floating
that
face
will
down
total
this
up
whole
to.
time?
And of course, in addition, cutting back
Not
on
enough,
scientific
too much
research may
salt,
have
not enough brain
implications
activity
for
to flip
economic
over.
growth, for productivity, for health, for all kinds of things. But those are very difficult to estimate in real time.
Now, given that we're
NHAB,
talking
so
about
this
future,
morning's
we may be
prices are
confronted
up
in the
6% for
not-so-distant future
materials,
with both
and they can't
higher
find
levels of
workers.
unemployment,
Bullish.
as well as potential
Definitely
higher
bullish.
inflation.
That's a bull signal.
And of course, the policies that each one requires could be different.
So
You talked a
costs
little bit,
up and more
at the
people
podium
fired?
about how the Fed would see these two and how it would address it. Just giving you a chance again to elaborate on that.
Right. So most of the time, when the economy is weak, inflation is low, and unemployment is high, and both of those call for lower interest rates to support activity, and vice versa. So most of the time, the two goals are not in tension.
Speaking of
And they're
Ferris
not really in
Bueller,
tension now.
holy
The labor
shit,
market is still strong.
that's awesome.
But the shock that we're experiencing, the impulses we're feeling, are for higher unemployment and higher inflation. And our tool only does one of those two things at the same time. So it's a difficult place for central banks, to be in terms of what to do. And so the best we can do is we actually have a little provision in our consensus statement, which is the thing that we vote on to embody how we approach these questions. What we say is we will look at how far the economy is from each of those two goals.
Hold on,
We'll
Johnny
ask,
Utah. Biden would have,
might there be different?
if Trump was
paces at
president,
which they
this
would
never
approach
would have
those
happened.
goals? We'll look at those things and think about.
We would have
them, and
crashed
will
2 years
no doubt
ago.
Be a very difficult judgment. Again, we're not experiencing that now, but we could well be in that situation, as I mentioned in my remarks.
Just want to pick up on a word that is often used today, uncertainty. As a respondent to a Dallas Fed survey said, I've never felt more uncertainty about my business in my entire 40-plus years career. The worry today is not just about immediate policy uncertainty, but an entire change in the U.S.'s economic philosophy. Not just policy uncertainty, so to speak, but structural uncertainty. One of the effects, as you've pointed out,
Orange
of
Man's
high
having
levels
talks
of
with
uncertainty
China.
is that
Yeah,
firms
he's sitting at a
postpone
table and China's going,
investment. For instance,
fuck you.
even after the tariffs stabilized.
And he's like, no, fuck you.
firms that
And then they're like,
contemplate
no,
reshoring
fuck you.
production facilities
And that's
will
the talks
hesitate,
they're
not
having
knowing
right
if the
now.
tariffs will be reversed in the future, maybe by the next administration. How do you take such longer-term uncertainty into account in your policy?
But Bob, this is the wrong way to do it.
So let me just agree that what comes back very strongly, and you'll
And that's not because of
understand
Biden.
this.
Don't
These are
misappropriate
very
my
fundamental
analysis.
changes in long.
It's
held
because of
business policies
fucking
in
the
United
last
States,
20
and
years of
there's
terrible
not
decisions
any
by
real
everybody in our
experience
government,
in the
including
Smoot-Hawley
fucking Trump.
tariffs were actually not this large, and they were 95 years ago. So there isn't a modern experience of how to think about this. And businesses and households are saying in surveys that they are being
Trump's demanding a thank you.
uncertainty. There's a lot of research, some of it from the Fed, showing that does lead to
I should have bought more
businesses and
pets.
households stepping back from decisions, which of course makes common sense. And you hope that that's something that you go through a phase, and then you know what things become more certain, and therefore.
I saw your DM,
economic
Willie.
activities, given their understanding of
Yeah, that was
going on.
awesome.
And your question really is, what if the uncertainty remains high? I think that's a difficult environment. I think people's expected rates of return would have to be higher. I think people would be, that would weigh on, to me, investment, just in general. If
J-First learning how to get me to not read a comment.
Risks are just structurally higher going forward.
Oh wait, do I need to say that so I don't get
Less
deported?
attractive as a jurisdiction. We don't know that at this point, but I think that would be the effect.
Well, let me turn to financial markets.
Oh, there's plenty of
We've seen
puts
some
at
volatility,
52, 60, and
especially
55 and 50.
Stock market volatility. I mean, the levels of the VIX are up to the levels they were in the early days of the pandemic, coming off somewhat now. Some people believe the Fed will intervene if the stock market plummets, the so-called Fed put. Are they correct?
I'm going to say no with an explanation.
Do you have a reason to worry you're going to get deported? Yeah.
So what?
'Cause
what
I
think is
run my
going on
mouth
in markets
nonstop.
is, markets are processing what's going on, and it's really the policies, particularly the trade policy. And really the question is, where's that going to come in? Where's that going to land? And we don't know that yet. And until we know that, you can't really make informed assessments.
I'm not
that would still be
anti-government.
highly
I just think the
uncertain. Once
government
know
we
what the
have
policies are,
sucks.
It will still be highly uncertain what the economic effects will be. So markets are struggling with a lot of uncertainty, and that means volatility. But having said that, markets are functioning, conditional on being in such a challenging situation. Markets are doing what they're supposed to do. They're orderly. And
If they can
functioning
deport people without
just
due
about as you
process,
would
Max,
expect
they
them
can
to
deport
function.
anybody.
So we've seen volatility also in the bond market. And
Do you
at
know
a
how
time when
legal
usually
precedence works?
There's a flight to safety. We saw yields on the German Bund and the Japanese government bond come down, but we saw yields on U.S. Treasuries go up. What do you attribute this to?
So I would just say the
Can we
same
go back
thing.
to the pickle jar?
I think
Live
it's very
from
hard to know
Gitmo?
in real time. I've had a lot of experience with
Yes, they do.
significant moves, for
That's
example, in the
incorrect.
bond market, where there's a narrative.
I'm
that
not going to
people land
argue
on,
habeas
and then 2 months
corpus.
later,
It
you
applies to
find out
all
it's completely wrong.
persons
So I think
within
it's
the borders
very
of the United
premature to
States.
say exactly what's going on. Clearly, there's some delevering.
Everybody,
going on,
whether
among
citizen
hedge
or
funds
not,
in levered trades and things
has
like
the
that.
right to due
It's
process.
Also, again, it's the market's processing.
It is
historically
inalienable.
unique,
Do you know what that means?
developments, and with great uncertainty, and I think you'll probably see continued volatility. But I wouldn't try to be definitive about exactly what's causing that. I would just say markets are orderly and they're functioning kind of as you would expect them to in this kind of
Jesus
high
fucking
uncertainty.
Christ.
So the Fed, in its last meeting, slowed the pace of shrinking of its balance sheet.
No one cares if you have
Was this
arms.
driven by uncertainty about how much reserves and liquidity the market needed, and you wanted to take a little more time to find that out? And flip side, you said
Chart
the market
disconnected?
was
Oh, shit.
orderly. What if market disruptions emerge?
A
Would
little
the Fed
bounce.
intervene?
So we think that reserves are still abundant. So we don't think we're
Me too.
close
Thank
to
you
the
so
point,
much.
particularly
Welcome
close to the
to
point where we would
Welcome to
stop.
Cornishan, guys.
But we were facing
Give
a
me two a
situation
shot for hooking
in
you up.
which, for several reasons, there were going to be big flows into and out of reserves. It had to do with the debt ceiling and the Treasury General account. For those of you who are Treasury market
Wait, did I
people,
miss J Powell saying there's no Fed put?
while those big flows are happening for over a period of 6 months, we would actually be shielded from being able to see evidence that we were or were not getting close to the level of less abundant reserves. And so we decided to slow the
laughed
pace.
it
We
off,
thought about
too.
pausing, and instead we debated it. It's one of these great debates that we have.
It's
at the
awkward.
FOMC.
You know,
We decided to
historically, the Fed has
slow
just
the pace
lied
instead. And
about
we really
that
came to see the
while
merits of
funneling
that
money to
because,
banks.
You know, the slower we go, the less the smaller the balance sheet can get without disruptions. And we want that process to continue, and now it's at quite a slow pace. So we think that's a really good thing. So that means it can go on for a longer amount of time, and we'll be able to reach kind of very carefully what we think is the right level of reserves. Still plenty of reserves.
What about the international dollar-based system? With all these disruptions, do you stand ready to supply dollars to central banks as you've done in the past when there's been a global shortage of dollars?
Sure, absolutely we do. Just for everyone's knowledge, we have standing dollar swap lines with 5 large central banks, and they go to the jurisdictions where there are big overseas dollar funding markets. And in fact, those are overseas markets where, for example, a European or Asian institution is
YouTube
buying
only has,
asset-backed security that is backed
1080p.
by loans to American consumers. So in effect,
I don't think it has
these are loans
4K.
to American consumers.
And even if
And we
I'm not gonna
support
buy a
that. We wanna
4K
make sure
camera, fuck that
dollars
shit.
are available. They need dollar funding to hold those dollar assets. So the way it works is, when needed,
It's also
we loan to
unimaginable
the
that people who
central
think
bank
that
in
due
dollars, and they pay
process
us
isn't
back in
afforded
dollars.
aren't
They
more
then
upset
pay
about
in
the
their
implications of
currency.
such a
They lend
country.
on- they
No,
lend
they're
on
not worried about
dollars.
that. They just want to
And so we
punish
take
people
no credit
for
risk or anything like that.
wrongs
It
that they
supports
haven't been convicted
dollar
of.
funding markets. Dollar funding markets are very sensitive during times of crisis, and it's very helpful. The reason we do it is it's really good for U.S. Consumers. So we'll continue to do that, just as part of the dollar being a reserve currency, the reserve currency, most important, and we will do that.
You mentioned
weren't fucking there,
amongst
Bob.
The issues you were focused on was the U.S. fiscal situation. Well, clearly, U.S. sovereign debt continues to rise. And what
It's
are your
'cause of the
thoughts on the
implication.
longer-term implications for interest rates and economic stability? How much further can we go in terms of national debt before we cross a line that might be unsustainable in the long term?
So the U.S. federal debt is on an unsustainable path. It's not at an unsustainable level, and no one really knows how much further we can go. Other countries over time have gone much farther, but we're now, we're running very large deficits at full employment. And this is a situation that we very much need to address. Sooner or later we'll have to, and sooner is better than later. In terms of, if I can say from my time working on these issues, it's not the Fed's issue, but if you look at a pie chart of federal spending, the biggest parts and the parts that are growing are Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and now interest payments. And so that's really where the work has to be done. And those are issues that can only be touched on a bipartisan basis. Neither party can figure out what to do without both parties being at the table. So that's critical. All of this domestic discretionary spending, which is essentially where 100% of the conversation is small as a percentage of federal spending and is declining it's already declining as a percentage of federal spending. So when people are focusing on cutting domestic spending, they're not actually working on
not
the
different
problem.
rules for crime.
Domestic discretionary spending is already going down.
You still can't.
I like
You
to
still
make
can't
that point
remove
because
someone from
so
the
much of
country
dialogue
without
that
due
politicians
process.
offer is about
There's different rules for
domestic discretionary
terrorists,
spending,
which is
not
what
the
they're
issue.
calling people who've committed crimes in the
Let's
past.
turn to stability and
But committing a crime in the
regulation.
past
Turning
and
to
being
the
convicted
US
of it and
financial
suffering the
sector,
punishment for that crime
we
does not
still
make
have
you
some
open to being
concerns
targeted
about,
again for the same
distressed
crime. That's
commercial
called
real
double
estate
jeopardy.
loans on
It's
bank
also part
balance
of the
sheets,
Constitution.
whether they've been fully dealt with so far. There's some sense that they haven't. Add to that the very rapid growth.
And it
in
also
various
applies
forms
to
of
all
private credit
persons
over the
residing within the
last few
US.
years, which arguably haven't been tested by a full-blown recession. How would you put the resilience of our financial institutions at this point and their ability to weather potentially uncertain times?
So I think our
Are they
banking
catching
system
the
is
knife?
well capitalized
A little
with
bit.
liquidity and is quite resilient right now to the kinds of shocks that it may face. I do believe that. In terms of the commercial real estate, there are, and this has been the case, really we've been working on this for 4 or 5 years now. There are some banks, it's mostly medium and small size banks who have elevated concentrations of commercial real estate, some of it troubled, and we've been working to make sure that those banks have a plan.
You should know about the law for someone who's supposedly a law-abiding citizen. Are we gonna V? We got a little bounce, but it's still bearish consolidation.
High concentrations, so this
We
is a
dumped
problem
hard. We're sitting in just like a shitload
we
of
have known would
puts.
take years to work through, but we're really well into the process of working through it. In terms of the non-bank financial sector, it's grown enormously. The provision of credit
Maybe if
by
we can get out
non-banks,
above
has
like
grown just
5280,
really fast. Most of it has been funded,
but a failure before
with a
then.
private equity
Pull right back
structure
down.
where it's limited partners who are signed up for 10 years to a general partner to invest that money. They're not depositors who can run. You know, your money's committed, and so that funding model is kind of run proof. That isn't some law of nature though. So when you do start to see shorter term funding creeping in. To your point, though, Raghu.
Who knows what the Constitution says anyway? Didn't Nicolas Cage steal it in 2005?
Credit part of
It's
the
true.
economy.
It's true.
has
And then
not
Ken
really been
Griffin bought it
through a
from him,
significant
so
credit event or significant. It's
probably
really
been
grown since the
edited, you
pandemic.
know?
And so, just for that reason, and for how fast it's growing, we have a close eye on it. It doesn't have the same.
Ooh, I wonder if that'll ever
regulation,
gain
though,
traction.
that the banking system has. So we're watching it carefully. And, you know, as I mentioned, it's a more stable funding source to the extent its institutional investors signed up for a long period.
Doesn't
But
matter.
we're watching carefully.
Right.
I think you're missing the overarching
research
law
that actually banks are
there,
also
Max,
involved in
which is
a lot of
that
these
due
institutions.
process, I'll say it again,
We do know
is
the
afforded to
administration
all
wants to relax
individuals
regulations in many
within the
areas, one of
United
which
States,
may well be
regardless
banking.
of the likeliness or
What can you
urgency
tell us about
of
the,
their deportation.
Basel III endgame, so to speak, which is
They are still
at this
afforded
point
due
primarily
process.
focused on additional capital for the large banks?
You know, the Fed view, and my view, is that we should proceed to
It's almost like
complete the Basel III.
that law is
Accord,
greater
and,
than all the
we
other
have to do
laws
that, and
made
we look
under
forward to
it.
doing that in conjunction with the FDIC and the OCC. But our view
Crazy,
is, I think the
but
best
that's how
view
a
as well is
constitution
we should
works.
complete that. You need international minimum standards. That's kind of a
That's
common
why the
good.
Supreme Court ruled
We're not that far
9-0 that they need to
really,
return him to the U.S.
nothing-
They need to
the United States has
facilitate
funded
his
into
return
what- in what-
because he
what
was
the
deported
reports
illegally
contain. So
without due
our view is
process.
strongly that we should complete those, and we could do it, I think, relatively quickly.
This
we're
isn't
not so very
like
far away
a
from,
fucking up for
from what would
debate.
be a good, I think, outcome.
Well, let me move to something which is more about technological change and new kinds of instruments, cryptocurrencies. How do you see the potential for more favorable regulation?
Whoever's arguing about due process clearly knows more than SCOTUS. Yeah, exactly.
From that for the system.
You don't
we
understand.
went through
Fox
a
News
wave
told him
of,
it's okay, and they're
failures
right.
and fraud
SCOTUS
and
is
things
wrong.
Like that were the headlines for a couple of years, and
9-0 when
see
they
now
are
is
majority conservative.
during that period, by the way, we
The
were
majority
trying-
of the
we
bench is
worked with Congress
conservative.
to try to get a framework,
And
a
it was
legal
still
framework
9-0.
for stable coins, which would have been a nice place to start. We were not successful.
Don't
I
play
think
fucking
the
semantics
climate
with
is
me, Poopy. I'll
changing,
ban
and
you in a heartbeat.
You're moving into sort of more mainstreaming of that whole sector. So Congress is again looking at both the Senate and the House are looking at a framework, a legal framework for stable coins. You know, depending on what's in it, that's a good idea. We need that. There isn't one now. And stable coins are a digital product that could actually have fairly wide appeal and should contain consumer protections of the typical sorts and transparency.
I know the point they're
That's what the
making.
Senate and the House are working.
It's
on. That's the
invalid.
thing. I also
They'll
think
be held
some
in
of the,
contempt.
you know, we took a pretty conservative, and
They will
other
ignore
others
that.
took an even more conservative.
Then you have a
perspective on
the
how
constitutional
the guidance
crisis
and rules
that
were
you want
imposed
so
on banks.
badly.
I think there'll be some loosening of that, and I think we'll try to do it in a way that preserves safety and soundness. But
We
that,
don't know if this
you know,
guy's dead or
permits and
not.
fosters appropriate innovation, but that does so in a way that again doesn't put consumers at risk in ways they don't understand or make banks less safe and sound.
You have a policy review underway. Now, surveys recently tell us there seems to be a distinction between a rise in the level of prices, which is what the public seems to worry a lot about.
I mean, you live in
and
interesting
the rate
times.
of
I'd really
increasing
rather
prices, which certainly they worry about in passing, but the Fed worries much more about. That is the rate of inflation. So even though we're coming down to 2%,
Sounds gonna sell off our
people
gold
remember
reserves.
that over the last few years, it's been over
Last-ditch
20%
effort to pump the dollar.
increase in prices. So as you start thinking about the policy review, is there any thought about how you might want to address this sort of challenge that it's the path of prices as much as the rate of change which matters?
First of all, I think you're right, and I think
Who
the
gives a
public
shit
is
if an
right.
illegal
But, you know,
gang of
when we
immigrants
say
took over a
inflation
fucking
is back
apartment
down to
building?
2%,
That's not a valid
2.5%,
reason
and we think that's a good thing. It is a
to
good thing. But
to
you know, if you're paying 20%
roll
more
over
than
the
you were
fucking
paying in
Constitution.
2021, that doesn't help you much. You know, you're still paying a lot more than you used to be paying for the necessities of life. So
Who gives a
it's
fuck?
just another way of saying people hate inflation.
a gang in an apartment building
It's easy to understand why.
is not greater
You know,
than the
what
rule
we-
of law.
All we can really control
It does not give you the right to violate the rule of
In the
law.
world we're living in, prices don't go down in the aggregate except in extreme times that we don't want to court. So I don't think we couldn't have a framework where we're going to bring prices down by 10% or something. That's not something we'll be looking at. You know, we're essentially looking at the best way to foster 2% inflation over time. And you know, the things we did back in the changes we made in 2020 were really innovations around what to do when you're stuck near zero. Now we're well above zero, and it may be that we still need to have in our framework a way to deal with that, but perhaps the main case is not one where you're dealing with the effective lower bound, and that would be a framework.
You're
that
really
looks
saying
a
the
lot more
Constitution
like the one
matters
that
because
we
you're
had
not a
before
patriot?
2020.
Now, one of the tools you brought in to deal with the zero lower bound was quantitative easing. But you've also used quantitative easing to fix disruptions in the financial markets. Are you going to be more specific about what your objective is with quantitative easing as you go through this review?
So in the beginning, it's typically, we're using it for financial market function. That was the case with the...
No, you're using
with the
quantitative
financial
easing
crisis
to
and
keep
with
the
the
rich
pandemic.
people from losing their money.
And we
for
you know,
making
we
bad
did-
bets.
We did try to explain ourselves through the pandemic, and our explanations did change. But I think it's fair to say we might have done a better job of being clear about why we were doing, and that's something that we're aware of and looking at.
I mean, no discussion is complete without talking about AI.
What's up, Poopy?
Yeah.
With AI coming fast and furious, it could affect productivity, it could affect employment. There are some people who say we will see for the first time technological unemployment in a serious way with AI. What are your thoughts about it, and how will it impact the Fed going forward?
So like everyone who's been exposed to what it's capable of, it's just...
The gang of criminals also
beyond
took over
them.
the White
I mean, I
House
started about
executive. Can we
thinking
deport
about
them
it
to
as
El
like a
Salvador?
better version of Google, but it's not. It's like a
That'd be
better version of
difficult.
a person, you know. I mean, it can do amazing things, and so
You too,
the
man.
question is, all through the 250 years of technological innovation, technology evolves and people worry that it's going to replace human labor and people will be unemployed, and that hasn't been the case. It may be the case in the short run, but in the long run, what it's done is raise human productivity and therefore living standards. So is this going to be the case where it eliminates more jobs than it creates? And we just don't know. I mean, you come back in 20
Paper
years,
trading the
will
quant
it be
tower,
the case
really
that
digging
just
it. Nice.
people are much more productive in their work because of AI? Or will it be the case that AI has just replaced a lot of people? And I think it's very hard to to say, but it truly is remarkable in what it's capable of, and it's you know, we had a demonstration by a Wharton professor recently, and you speak to it like it's a person, and it kind of responds like a person, and the things that it can do are really amazing. By the way, this is early days. You know, they're talking about even the next couple of years will bring more dramatic breakthroughs. So I think it's one of the 2 or 3 things most likely to bring dramatic change to the economy all around the world in the next 20 years. And I'd say very hard to say how it shakes out.
Let me turn to your job. An important man
look so
once
great.
said of your job, it's the greatest
Bounce back
job
above
in
ES
government.
5300, but
You
it looks
show
like
up to
we're
office
probably going to
once a
slip
month,
it again.
And you say, let's see, flip a coin. And then everybody talks about you like you're a god. What is it that you normally do every day in the office? Is it fulfilling and, dare I say, enjoyable? And do you really feel like a god?
Yes,
So
that laugh was a
agree.
yes.
I think it's the best job in government. I would agree. I really do enjoy
I
it.
also
Yes.
laugh
I love
maniacally.
the job. It's a great honor to serve. It's quite humbling because, you know, everybody makes mistakes. It's just the economy is just not very predictable. All of that is true, and I do what everybody expects me to do. I read. We do a little more reading though as part of our daily. My colleagues and I do part of our daily regime than a typical executive would do. In terms of being a god, I would say that we are blessed with a large number of
Oh, he's not denying it.
amply compensated critics who would kind of tend to undercut that. So we don't feel like a god.
So let me go to the more mundane. In that office, what are the key indicators you look for? What are the sources of data that you go to as you try and make up your mind?
So, I'd say start with labor. There's more labor market data and better reliable labor market data than probably anywhere else. And it's just a lot of data. And, it's new jobs, it's payroll, it's wages, it's participation.
I can't believe I only had
You
two
can break all of those
5350
down into different
puts.
categories. It's a million different.
I could have
things.
bought
there's a lot
so
of
many
labor
more.
market data. It's a great field if you're going into economics because there's just so much to do.
Fuck me.
So and then we look at the inflation data. Also, I keep track of global developments pretty carefully, and I talk to my global counterparts pretty regularly just to stay aware of what's going on. Financial markets are really important, and you can and lately something that we're paying close attention to, as you would expect, what's going on around the world in currency markets, in fixed income markets, in equity markets, all of that. For me, though, my background was more in the private sector and as an investor, and for a significant part of my career, and I have to talk to outsiders about what they're seeing and what they're dealing with.
They're still for
it to really
sale.
kind of fit
I
together
know.
for me. I can look at only so much data, and but to really get the story and the narrative, it's more talking to outsiders and anecdotal data does help things kind of fit together for me, I would say.
Yeah, you told us about speaking with business people last night and getting a sense of what was going on in the Midwest. Let me turn to Fed independence. You've reiterated that you intend to stay in office until the end of your term, and that certainly reassured many in financial markets.
Not even Safra is
What are the
holding up.
levers the government or the legislature have to pressure the Fed? And should one worry about threats to the Fed's independence once you're gone?
I don't want
Our independence is a
5250
matter
puts.
of law. Congress has, in our statute, we're not removable except for
Not for
cause.
today, at
We
least.
serve
Maybe,
very long terms, seemingly endless terms.
What's tomorrow? Do we have any data
So
tomorrow?
we're protected in the law. So, Congress could change that law, but I don't think there's any danger of that. Fed independence has pretty broad
ECB
support
decision.
across both political parties and in both sides of the Hill. So I think that's not a problem. There's a Supreme Court case people will have
Philly
read
Fed,
probably in
housing
today's journal,
starts,
at which
jobless
the Supreme Court
claims.
may decide whether independent agencies generally whether their authorizing laws can contain a provision that prevents the president from
I have a
firing
straddle,
members of a commission other than for cause.
but
And
that's
that's a case that people are talking about a lot. I don't think that decision will apply to the Fed, but I don't know. It's a situation.
I'm not going to buy
that
it for
we're
tomorrow. I'll
monitoring
probably
carefully.
buy it for like
Generally
next
speaking,
Monday.
Fed independence is very widely understood and supported in Washington, in Congress, where it really matters. And the point is, we can make our decisions, and we will only make our decisions based on our best thinking, based on our best analysis of the data about what is the way to achieve our dual mandate goals as we can to best
Like
serve the American
$58.
people. That's the only thing we're ever going to do. We're never going to be influenced by any political pressure. People can say whatever they want. That's fine. That's not a problem. But we will do what we do
Maybe
strictly
we'll
without
buy
consideration
two
of
of the
political or any other
5250 and
extraneous
sell
factors.
like a 45.
Well, I have time for one more question. I know the question that's on all your minds. What are you going to do on interest rates next?
God damn it.
But I'm not sure that you know, and I'm not sure you would tell even if you knew. So I'm not going to ask that question. The question I want to ask is a more personal one. What is it that you'd like to do most at home after an exhausting day flipping coins in the office?
I play one of my guitars. I do Zoom calls with my kids and my grandkids, and I go to the gym a lot too, just to stay in shape.
We
All
need
those
you
things.
healthy. We need you healthy. Thank you very much, Chair
Thank you.
Powell.
Thank you.
And please join me.
On behalf of the Economic Club of Chicago, thank you, Chair Powell and Dr. Rajan, for such a wonderful conversation. You are a national treasure, and I hope all of us can see how important Chair Powell's role is in our business and personal lives. And thank you for sharing your important insights with us. I do want to thank David Snyder and Katie Esposito and the entire ECC team for pulling this together.
Bridgewater Associates founder Ray Dalio posting on
Interesting. J-Pow, do you even lift, bro? This has gotten kind of ugly down here. There's just bot puts at every strike. Yeah, to the upside too. Every strike from like 53.50 down to spot, and then beyond spot down to like 52.45. Ooh, somebody just bought not that many calls out of the money. Never mind. VIX is falling, but if we lose 65, it'll bounce right back. Dollar's finna breach 99, and gold's up 3.5% today. The market's not looking too hot. No. We could see some profit taking on puts. And we got a little bit on the bounce here, but not a ton. JPOW did not say dovish things. How long before Charm pulls us down into those pitsies? It's gonna get worse over the next hour and a half. It's Charm's pretty bad here already. There's basically no more in the money calls. The video's straight fucked. I know, it's awesome. Fucking Jensen should have shown up at that inauguration party. This is what he gets. He did, but he didn't go to the inauguration party. No, he didn't hint at, he denied the existence of the Fed put at one point. Hmm. Bull's got a hell of a march to the upside to turn this around. Not looking great for him. feel like a 52.50 close wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility here. No, not most likely to close here. This actually isn't really a very good spot for it to close. Somewhere between like 50 and 70 or 80 and 5,300 would be more likely. Did he really say hawkish things though? No, but the market needed him to say dovish things, which he didn't do. Can we send the mustard line to El Salvador? Poppy, thoughts on Upstart since it declined 50%? We can go down more. This environment is not good for them. I've warned about that for a long time. There's been a lot of downside risk on Upstart for a while. It benefited from the AI bubble far more than expected, but in the long run, tighter financial conditions and wider credit spreads are not advantageous for them. Why so passion? How is it? What about what? JPOW stood up to dear leader by not announcing an emergency rate cut. He won't unless the economy is literally done. Continued bleed in the overnight. Yeah, closing down here is pretty bad. This is, a significant amount of the sold puts from last week in the money. So obviously, a little lower would be a better confirm, like under 51.19. But this is definitely a start. It was crazy when he played the JPOW song. Played your song after his written speech. What's up, Surfa? Only 4 weeks until baby time. Congratulations, man. I mean, I'm still long like a tiny bit of gold, but I closed most of it out around like 2,600 and 3,000. So I have a little bit of exposure. I mean, it's risky to get exposure here, obviously. I think in the near term, it's probably likely to continue going up, and there's really no upside cap on that. But the gold market could run into liquidity issues. Yeah, all the songs are AI. I write the lyrics for them, but I can't write music, so. Shorted GLD here is 1% over GM. I'm not sure the options market's valid. Yeah, all right. You know. Gold liquidity issues is scary. No, I'm not talking about empty Fort Knox. Hmm. Ideologically, the current political environment has put me in a position I really don't like. I fucking hate Democrats, and I hate the Republicans too. But now I'm stuck arguing on the side of Democrats because Republicans are worse than Superstock. I do kind of hate everybody. You're not wrong, Doric. But more than that, I hate like misinformation and when people try to like pull the wool over other people's eyes through, the broadcasting of ignorant horseshit. What you need is the pickle party. I really do. You know what? I think you're right. Supersonic was not quite as malicious. All right, fair. I mean, a little bit. They wanted to destroy the economy so their stock would print. It's a little malicious. Different, but also similar. Which is why so many of them were shockingly on board when it turned out Ryan Cohen was just another piece of shit. DRS was also bullshit. It's like I warn people about these things way in advance, and they're like, no, Gherk, that's crazy. You're wrong. And then they happen, and then everyone's like, oh my god, Gherk was right. How many times do I have to do that, Bob? Never mind, man. Have you ever been wrong? If so, what was the biggest oopsie? Worst one was shorting Netflix. That just took too long to go down.
For sharing all the knowledge with us plebs.
That was in like
I
2021.
was recently looking at some old notes in your
But I was long Netflix, so I only lost all the money I made off of the COVID dip buying Netflix.
Amazing future telling 69.
The Netflix thesis was great after the COVID drop, right? Like everybody was going to be stuck at home. What the fuck were they going to do? But then after COVID started to go away, people just didn't cancel their memberships. So I lost like $1 million on that. Everyone knows I lost like 250 grand shorting NVIDIA. That was a beautiful case of being right and completely wrong at the same time. It says losses so nonchalantly. I made the money back. It's fine. The market, she comes and goes, you know. It's a fickle bitch. Too early, same like wrong. No. I shorted NVIDIA at the top, too. That one was right. Still is. Just needed more time. I can't seem to get her to come. I was thinking losing 100K on the big spike last week. It was a kick in the ding-ding. That sucks. I still think your best call out was Upstart. I'll not talk about EPAM. Wait, EPAM went up more than Upstart. And I told you literally the best price to buy it at and the price to sell it at. And then you overheld it like an asshole. No, we're talking about EPAM, Rims and Tims, right now. Gamma Strike helps you find the G spot. It's true. Revlon wasn't that bad. Well, for me. I don't know. Like, I put 10K in it, made 100K, and then lost 100K. So it was just flat. I sold my car and bought weeklies. I mean, if you bought weeklies the night me and Gaff went off on it, then you would have like 10x the next morning. But I remember what you did. You fucking bought puts the next day because you thought we were wrong. And then it went from like $2 to $10. Oh, those were good times. Jesus Christ, we're crashing. We're down a bit. The Vega on Rev 20Cs was insane. It was. They were so fucking expensive. We should have sold so many of them. If only. Nice, AJ. Was the real bear signal for any stock that there's a Discord channel devoted to it? Upstart did great. Bobby did great. Revlon was fine if you didn't fucking hold it through their bankruptcy proceedings. No, the Rev 20Cs were like fucking so expensive because the IV was at like 500% for 3 months. I made good money on Rev. Nice, man. What's with the brown tan line? It literally doesn't mean anything. It's just a meaningless like calculation that it was like a tool that we tried to make and then we didn't finish it. So it just doesn't do any of the things it's supposed to do. Don't listen to his lies. I'm a tool. I know you are, Bob. It's all right. Any calls coming in for today? There's some calls out at like 280, but that's kind of it. There's a lot of puts coming in at 225, 5205, which I think are likely to get burned up or they're being bought back. It's quite a lot of them. 2,500 over the last like 25 minutes and then 2,900 at 205. But the downside's loaded with puts. Given all the gamma at 5250 though, more likely we get hung up there than continue down. There's not like a big move in vol until we get under 50, so, and even then, like more like under 40. Maybe those 52s are bought. Yeah, those might not be bought to close. Those might be bought to open. Did you miss? There have been so many other ones. Did you miss BNAD? There was Bobby, Upstart, Rev, BNAD. Oh god, there've been so fucking many. Spurt, yeah. Spurt was way back in the day. SPX, yeah. Yeah, I fucking called the drop on SPX right on time. FSLR. That was a good one. Fubo. IRNT, Cat. Oh yeah, AVGO shorts were fucking dope. I don't remember who wrote the BNED song, so I can't find it. But Beyond was really good till they like stopped, like they issued shares and stopped going on reg show. That was fun for a few cycles. I tried to play it like the last reg show, but I think I made like 3% on my synthetic longs and just closed it. Cat was fucking awesome. Yeah, it was. There was Palantir at fucking, what was it, $7? Dole, yeah. Dillard's. I miss Dillard's. What's it doing? I haven't looked at the DDS in a long time. Is it time to feed the pigeon whales? Ooh, Dillard's is down fucking hard. It's back at 300? Never buy the dip on that shit. They finally missed an earnings. Their last special dividend was $25 a share. Yeah, yes, looks like it's kind of fucked. We'll see. We'll see what happens under 50. The next like really important level for ES is around like 5250. Then 5207. And then like 5145. I think Gaff got an actual desk job on the street. Oh shit, really? He wouldn't have left the place he was at. He was like one of the equity holders. I mean, yeah, they could move a huge spread around to shift it. That's pretty unlikely. I mean, the gamma will just shift. It'll move higher wherever relative to its moneyness. Yeah, it looks like under 40 is where the big vol spike is. Vol's kind of flat between 40 and 60. SLD starts today, and it carries through Monday next week, Monday morning. I can only tell you the timing. I have no idea how much actual margin collateral is needed. I know right now margin's fucked for everybody. And a lot of people are very, very underwater currently. So, I mean, it could, that generally can mean that the deposit requirements are probably substantially higher. Also, vol is very high, which also has an effect on that. So, but yeah, there's no way to know like the exact amount of selling that's going to occur. Just have Dork write them on you know what we'll do, Bob? We'll have Dork write the Rex codes on a fucking piece of paper, and then we'll just tape them to a window in the building, and then you can use your drone to go look at them at night. How much theta are you doing on overnight straddles this week? I was doing 1 DT last week. With the crush and vol on the early part of this week, I bought 3 and 7. So I still have the puts from like Monday and last night. But I would say that vol broke loose today, so we'll probably, if this doesn't stabilize, we'll probably see vol move back up again. We're past the expiration too. Congressional panel asks NVIDIA about sales to China. NVIDIA to book. Are you trying to say that NVIDIA's been flagrantly defying the orders of the US government? Green screen's folded up slightly at the bottom. Oh, like over here. Might be, hold on. Have you ever looked at TLT performance when equities hit a death cross? This time is different, Poopy. You have to be careful, man. You're taking a very dangerous trade. I hope you have a hedge. Do you ever find out whether the coal exemption is real? I don't think it's been signed into an executive order. Poopy, printer is coming. Even if they did, it might not crash yields. Yeah, I know you're short gold. Just gonna bet against all the central banks of the world. So much faith. Oh shit. Did fucking B Stu just find the B-Ned song?
It's not a brick and mortar store, they don't have free Wi-Fi. Even though they carry a lot of debt, for me it was a buy. It was oversold and now it's a MOASS of sorts. Their book prices screw college kids, now it's time to screw the shorts. I discovered BNet, I was the first to go long. It used to be a secret stock, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone is talking like this is another GME. I bought it before it was cool, I'm a BNet OG.
No, B-Net's not
I did the
sweet. Relax.
DD and placed my bid before you got out of bed. Y'all can ghost my plays, but you were sleeping on BNet. So chase it while it's running and get ready to pop some course. You'll never be as cool as me, you're not OG like me and Dort. I discovered BNet, I was the first to go long.
Dork, instead of buying a house, you could have gotten a HELOC, plowed it all into B-Net at 75 cents, and then you'd be rich.
Another GME, I bought it before it was cool, I'm a BNet OG. I bought it before it was cool, I'm a BNet OG.
Dork wishes.
Before it was cool, I'm a BNet OG.
That was a fun short squeeze. B-Ned, B-Stew, no coincidence. Like that guy that took a huge HELOC, bought GME calls, and pieced out with a few mil, and never saw from him again. Yeah. And to be fair, that same dude lost like 300K on Freg's Day. God, March OPEX 2022 was so cool. I think Basant's an idiot. You think he's not because he has money. But I spent a good part of my career around actually wealthy people, and the one takeaway was that they're mostly morons. You can tell Basant is how Poopy visualizes himself in the future. Gay? Huh. We can take Iran's energy exports to zero. How? We cannot. We can raise the price of oil. Who within the Trump administration do you think is most competent? Probably, unfortunately, and probably Basant and JPOW. Although JPOW's not really part of the administration. Trump's not going to start a fucking war with Russia in the Middle East. This thing looks so fucked. Vol's climbing again. What's up, Drake? Hold on. We only got the documentation leak this morning. It hasn't been officially reviewed. Pete Hegseth? Pete Hegseth's the most incompetent, possibly. I'm eating Hot Pockets exclusively on the advice of RFK Jr. I'm feeling great. Nutlick is the worst. No, definitely not. Gnome? I mean, there's so many people that have zero fucking qualifications. The Secretary of Education calling AI A1 over and over. It was like Veep in real life. She was just put there to destroy the Department of Education. I hate this place. Me too. I'm fine with higher volatility as long as we still get intraday moves that exceed the expected moves so I can get out of positions. Are you just strangling the fucking expected move in the pre-market quick name? Don't tell me no. Is that a bad strat? Yeah. The entire pickle jar just started feeling uncomfortable. Can you short TLT so you can prove Poopy wrong? I don't need to risk money to do that. This is getting real grim. Oh man. If we lose 35 down to 25-20, this is getting ugly. I'm just here for the Hertz squeeze. Did something like happen with Hertz today? Why is everyone bringing it up again? I thought we all made a bunch of money on Hertz. And by we all, I mean like the four of us who bought it at like $1. Ackman bought in? Oh, I don't want to touch it now. How much did he buy? $12.7 million shares? Fucking almost 10%? Damn. Huh. I'll keep an eye on it. He's RCing it. Yeah, maybe. Well, whether he's a dipshit or not, Dirk, it doesn't change the market mechanics. Is anybody's fart coin up? Or is it just me? He bought a rental car company because they have a massive inventory of used automobiles. I mean, if I had to guess, he wasn't buying it due to a spike in tourism. I already posted it. Quit copying me. You don't own any fart coin. You're not one of the chosen people. You didn't type shit. You just said already posted, quit copying me. And the last thing that you said in chat was... It's gonna confirm the SOM rule. You plagiarized me. I'm fucking looking at SPX chat. $3.11. This is just at the same time. How do we know who's first? What the fuck? You definitely wrote that after me. Right? I don't want to be on the same page as Bob. Twinning? Oh, fuck off. What are you going on about, Poopy? The basis trade has more to do with futures pricing of U.S. treasuries at expiration. So the risk is in the bond volatility. Short yen, long dollar. The yen trade is, at least. Poopy is so fucking bullish about the most bearish thing that happened to our financial system. It's baffling. I think he's taken his contrarianism to a whole new level. It's like we should have limits on these considered safe trades and the amount of leverage they can use, because it always ends up being not so safe. Yeah, but Trump repealed those. Zoom is down system-wide. Get puts. Nice turd. What the fuck crack is he smoking? He's probably trying to play the bounce and the yield drop off. I don't know how much theta he has, but that's what I would be doing if I were trying to long TLT. Except I'd wait till the actual drop off. Poopy, you could just short Tesla for the same duration and make more money per dollar of risk. Should I go long TLT Vega to the downside? Why didn't anybody listen to me when I said 2-year diagonal spreads on TLT? Free money. So many good opportunities. Because most of us still don't know what that means. Are we banking on the 20-year going to 12%? Or you just want the Vega? Dork, if the 12-year goes to 10%, your house is going to be worth like $3. I'm pretty sure at that point you just like don't pay your mortgage anymore and buy the house next door with cash. The diagonal spread is something I saw on Pornhub. I'm telling your wife. This isn't looking so good. I mean, it looks great if you have puts. Carl, you remember yesterday when I said I didn't think VX was going to go any lower? Am I going to nail my end of week prediction 3 weeks in a row? What's this? Ooh. I like where your head's at, but I hate the max loss. I think it's far too possible that that happens. We do this song and dance every couple of months. My hit rate going long TLT is pretty good. Dork comes in, jerks off, Noriel. And then my calls go 20 to 100%. But your price targets are always wrong. I really want NVIDIA to go to 60. Are you still missing 3% down? I don't remember what my end of week closing price was. I think it was 49.50. Yeah. So I need another 5% to the downside. But what really matters is that currently I'm beating Torque and JFresh. Profit's profit. Let a man dream. I don't think the 20 is going under 4 or 5. Not anytime soon. Maybe in 90 days. Nice skier for life. Well done, man. That would be beefy tomorrow. Well, I mean, it'd be a lot less beefy if we could lose 5,200 today. Nice, Carl. He's been doing pretty good. He's got a lot of fun tools to work with. Thanks, Nitu. I've got it on the chart. Looks like we're making a new low. This is beautiful. Nice, dude. IQVIA calls, Pfizer puts, AstraZeneca calls, Grail calls? Is there more to that? Or is it just... Nice, Drake. I have some 1 DTE 5000P that I got way back and I've averaged down, but they're now back to flat as of right now. You're super lucky. YOLO for Gork's end of week prediction. Dangerous. Correlation's just sliding right up. Forward yield on vols bouncing back, and the carry trade is actually getting dumpstered. Ooh. Is this it? Is this like critical margin for the dollar? Dixie under 100? Can't support the carry anymore? Fucking yen's up to 141. Not without due process, Bob. Not without due process. Trump's doing an emergency press briefing in 3 minutes? Oh, fuck. I'm putting stops on my puts. Hold on. Ugh. Is he doing it through the White House website? $4:30 p.m. Oh, I don't care about that. General's trying to get us to sell him our puts. Ban. Why did you sell a put ahead of the meeting? When does an AM put expire? It expires at market close, but it settles at the market open price. What price is walk-in free? SPX forward PE of 16. SPX $3. Not 3K, just 3. But technically we kind of crashed already. At least NQ did. Work on Grill and IQVIA study. Partners with Pfizer and AstraZeneca. Interesting. You'll have to tell me more. You put walking in El Salvador, you monster. It's not like you could just buy exporting people to El Salvador, right, guys? Wait, hold on, right? That's... is that going to be a thing? Like, if I shorten a video, is Jensen just going to pay for my ticket? Sounds like you're winning, OG. Shorting Tesla is a terrorist act. That's what I've been told. It was not upheld by the Supreme Court. Go read the ruling. I really want this to close at 5,200. That would be awesome. Charm's pretty nasty right now. Look at that out of the money put IV. Todd's working overtime during this drop. Is he? VIX was at 29 this morning. It's up 14%. There's a gap at 52.34 that it looks like we're filling. Is it bearish if gaps don't get filled? Yeah, I mean, if there's a downside gap and it doesn't get filled, it's not. It depends. It's like, it's a reversal target if it doesn't get filled right away, but if it does fill right away, it can be just a sign that there's plenty of like liquidity to the downside. Is there bullish news for NVIDIA? NVIDIA kind of bounced hard here. You don't need to look at that last one. It's ridiculous. Too late. Ooh. You can trim that debit pretty significantly. I wonder if this is going to be an inverse head and shoulders or just a bounce into another dump. No, they haven't given up yet.
Dark was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on his feet, why fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind.
I don't think Trump's speaking right
He
now.
wandered through the alleys, searching for a place where whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life
Lower
for
high.
a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Thank you, Huckleberry. Where'd you go wrong? Is it weird this song makes me love Dork in a vague and whimsical way? Yeah, it is. I made money on that fucking strangle. Didn't stop the song from getting written. Last one, I swear. Ooh, that's not bad. I don't love the max loss, although I think you can close it a little. Something's wrong with the spread there. Oh, Dork, just move it down $10, man. Where's the Spotify playlist? I don't know. I'd have to find it. I've got a bunch of songs I have to add to it too. I don't have like the pigeon whale. Like, there's a bunch that aren't on there. Don's little southern dick, and then like the turkey whale thing, and the popcorn trader song. J Fresh's leprechaun song isn't on there. Nor is the new Dillionaire song. Have you heard the new Dillionaire song? Crypto? I know you've been gone. Everyone hates it, but I still love it. U.S. Senator says El Salvador denied requests to meet Kilmar Obrego Garcia, the Guardian. Oh, he's dead. Yep, he's dead. Make it giftable? Dillionaire? I'd have to get rid of the other tiers. That's the only way to do it. Buff Orpington, welcome to fucking Dillionaire, man. You get the cue.
Ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
So good. Wait, this fucks? It does, right? It's very epic. Also, Ivy's High, So Am I is the best lyric I've ever written. Dr. Drake did the 2025 equivalent of putting it on his MySpace. I know, I saw. I just use Sono. I want to like the song, but it reminds me too much of the garbage I saw in Super Skunk and Wall Street Pets a couple years back. I know, that's the whole point. It's making a mockery of all of that. While still being super awesome, epic, and piratey. Oh, I can be green somewhere. I don't know, 50 is probably resistance. Break a 50 would be kind of bullish. Definitely some profit taking on the put side. But there's still a lot of puts. 25.20? 52.05. There's some bot calls out at 55, but not very many. WeBull's getting investigated for being Chinese. Party's over. I sold at 75. I don't care. I feel like it flies too close to the sun. That's where it's warmest. Nice. So it's just back to where it was earlier. Hmm. Ooh, fancy candle. Upside gaps are filled. Is that all of them? Yes, it is. Wow. Except the opening gap. I don't see any news. Might just be profit taking. Although, not a ton of puts have closed. Some are still very much open. I know, I entered more. Anything to rescue up here before an overnight sell-off? Try to regain the JPM puts. Don't forget that the AM expiry is based off of the market open price. So if bulls want to try to save anything, they would probably try to pump in the overnight. This is actually a good spot to straddle. Do you have enough time? Ding ding. All right. All right. So probably a combination of pumping into the Trump speech and then pumping into the AMX spree. But closing below the JPM long puts down 2.24% for the day. Well under the market maker's expected move and quite a bit under mine as well. We got a little bit of a bounce off of 52, right around 52.47 on ES, which was, I think, my target low for the day. And recovered back above 5,300. Obviously, if the press meeting is nothing or negative in any way, we could see probably prices continue to slip down. Obviously, volatility moved up quite a bit today. VX up 8.48%, cash VIX up 8.9%, VIX 3-month up 7.55%. So a bit of a turnaround in volatility after the VIX expiration this morning. Dollar sliding throughout the day, down 72 points. Yields at the top end of the curve moving down as well, outpaced a little bit by the 2 and the 5-year. Decent move in commodities, although I think, no, pretty broad, kind of across the board. Precious metals, industrials, materials, agricultural, and energy all doing pretty well today. So nice little move up there. Broke back above that kind of key level at like 59.56. Things probably getting bullish for commodities above 108, so still pretty far from that. But correlation rising throughout the majority of the day. A little tiny turnaround into close, but mostly on the 1 month and not super significant. The carry trade fell 2% today, or 23 points from 8.16x to 7.92x. A little bit of a drop off on the 6-month side of things too, but not that significant. Forward yield on volatility picked back up, closing the day out at 18.58%. Still getting a move up in 3-month correlation that's not being followed by a move in bond volatility, but I would say if correlation on the 3-month continues up, we're likely to see bond vol rise. Demand for out of the money puts is pretty flat day over day going into this morning, and correlation continued to fall, but just barely, 0.02%, and we got a little bit of a bounce back in VX. So correlation still very high. Not a lot of strong volatility shorting, and definitely not longer dated. A little bit of drop in breadth last night. Fed fund futures are up a little, pricing in slightly more rate cuts after Jay Powell's speech into September, but roughly still the same. And the bear steepener picked up about 3%, which wasn't a very significant move. So not a lot of movement in bonds right now. Also short week, so we're probably not going to see much more. We did fail the 5402 level, dropped back to 5264. The next level to the downside that's of any significant importance is going to be at 5119.26. We do have roughly the same low here, slightly lower, I guess, today, for the low of the day, and so maybe a retest at the trend. But I think probably just a retest back at 5119 on the failure to break out here. That would give, some credibility to, like, an inverse head and shoulders, and then maybe a move higher off of that. But right now the failure of 5402 or the August 2024 low is probably the most significant thing we saw today. And, the death cross is continuing for its third consecutive day. I think at below 5119, actually below 5402 and below 5119, we're probably going to see CTAs pile in a little bit to the short side. There's plenty of room in the trade there, so they could definitely do that. This looks like it's continuing to pump into the press meeting, so maybe it gets back up to like 53, 22, 25 before the meeting starts in 25 minutes. 5119, yeah, that's the low from fucking way back in like April of 24, and that was a pretty important level last week. Also, it's what we broke back through to the upside and then retested on Thursday last week. So that's the point where we bounced off of. If we slide below that, we're gonna fall into a lot of that put leverage that came to bear. So definitely a lot of volatility exposure down in that range. What's the press meeting about? No fucking clue. I think Levitt's got a press conference. But I mean, in this environment, that's enough. Keep in mind how we broke up. I know. And we could get news like that at any moment. So don't think that this can't just snap right back to the upside, because it can. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who told